So, I'm waiting for 10 o'clock. That is the Asian time. That's when Asia closes. And if we take the high, I'll look to get in for the fade because we're at that third standard deviation. But both London high and Asia high are present. So we need to take Asia's high. That's in 5 minutes. If you're watching the stream, just say hi. I'd appreciate it. Let me know who's there. I'm going to be trading 2 accounts today. This is my Traderify account. Was doing really well. I took it up to $2,000. This is a funds account, not an eval. And I had a miserable day on Wednesday. where price just continued higher, and I tried to fade it, thought it was going to go down, didn't happen. So I ended up getting daily loss limited on that. I think that was 1,500. So I've got about $700 before I hit. So basically, I've got to try to bring this back into play. I'm looking for something like $500 today to bring that back in. And then here I'm trading my live account from Elite. This is on Edge Pro X. So we'll be looking to try and get some good value at the moment. I'm not doing great, I've got to be honest. I started off with about $1,500, actually 15,500, something like that, and I'm now down to 6,000. I took one payout, which was good, but then I was just over leveraged. Carried on trying to chase it, had a couple of losses, hit me daily loss limit, which was 2,500, about 3 or 4 times in a row, and then they basically said to me, "Look, you're trading a little bit crazily. You're losing too much leverage." I was able to go up to, I think it was 4 minis. So they've basically put a limit in place that I can only trade 7 micros. I had 2 really good days, and then I had another daily loss limit. So right now I'm at just over 6K. So again, the plan is to try to really bring this back in and start trying to build that up again. So that's what I'm looking to trade today. We'll see how it goes. Thanks, Michael. I really appreciate that. I haven't done a live in a while, to be fair. So let's see how we do today. Yeah, there's nothing worse. I think the hardest thing, I've always known this, is like when you're in a good trade, like plenty of times. I was in a trade and I'd be like five, six, $700 in profit. But because of those few losses that I received a few days before, it's like I'm constantly chasing. Now, instead of taking $500, $600 and waiting for another setup, what I've been doing is waiting for that Hail Mary and expecting prices just tank or continue on. And or I've took profits too early. Either way, it's not good. I need to kind of. I've had a few days. I went to Lapland with the family. So I've not traded. I didn't trade Thursday or Friday. Um, so this is the first day. Now I'm going to be trading live every day. Right the way through to Christmas because I'm off work basically. This is why I've been able to trade live. So I'll be doing everything on stream. And the idea is hopefully to try to bring these back into play. I mean, the good thing is with Trader Fight, it's not great. I've only got $700, but I'm only going to be trading micros again because I found trading micros really gives you a lot more staying power. What I found with when I'm trading minis, yes, the profits can be really quick and high, but they can also go really quickly down. And because once you're in with minis, even if you are scaling, you don't have much room, specifically on prop firm challenges, because there's not a lot of limit. So effectively, you've got to take profits early. So with micros rather, I found it's a lot more manageable, specifically for scaling, which is what I do. Now we are approaching the close uh, of Asia, and I am going to be looking to short. So let's get the trade panel up. I just want to see his break, and yeah, there we go. So I'm going to add a sell in there. I'm going to do the same on here. The one that's on the sell. Okay. Now you'll see the values are only low, right? But it's fine. I mean, we're looking to scale. Now, where's my next scaling point? I'm going to scale in with 2 contracts at R1. Unless price really starts to move away, and then we'll just hold it and see how we go. I've got a $1,500 DLL on this. I'm hoping not to get to that point, but we'll see. But this is usually my perfect entry. We've just taken Asia's high. and we're at third standard deviation. For me, it doesn't generally get better than that to look to fade. Asia high, why? Because that's an objective target, right? That's an objective liquidity. That's where the high of the day for Asia has been, and we've just taken Asia's high. I'll be back in 1 second. So you've taken no payouts yet? No, no, Mike. Where are you from, by the way? I sense that's a Nordic or at least Scandinavian surname. So I'm assuming somewhere across Scandinavia you're from. How are we doing on here? Switzerland. Damn. Do you know where I want to go next year? So we've just been to Lapland, obviously, which is Finland. And next year we want to go to Grindelwald. Um, I'm not sure where, I think it's about 2 hours from Bern, on a train. So I think next year we're gonna go to Grindelwald. I've looked at it and it looks magical. I think the views of the mountains and stuff like that look insane. So I don't know if that's anything, if you've got any advice to offer me there. Oh, you got me on Rip stream. Oh, nice. Yeah, Rips is awesome. Did you see Rips in the poker tournament, the cash game he played recently? That was so insane. I watched that, and it was so good. I mean, he had this one hand against Berkey, and he had a pair of aces, not in his hand, not pocket aces, but he picked up a pair of aces on the flop. But Berkey had a pair of kings in his hand, and it came out ace king eight or something like that. So for Rips, he would have thought he had the nuts on the hand, which was like. But then Berkey went in with like a $31,000 bet, and Rips folded, which was a fantastic fold considering he had the highest pair. And I thought, wow, that was really good. And I thought to myself, that's his trading. His trading mentality has given him that kind of idea to close. Let's say, and I thought it was a wonderful pass. You live in Bern? Oh, awesome. You go to Grindelwald often? Awesome. So the price isn't doing what I want it to do at the moment. But the beauty is, again, because I'm only on micros, I'm not under any threat or any real pressure at the moment. But I would take this trade a million times over simply because it's the conditions that I like to see. Number one, we are, you know, if that's VWAP, which is balance, right? That's what we can that's what we conceive as balance for the session, and we're really far from balance at the moment. That's not to say price is going to come down. However, trade trading highs at these kind of areas is inefficient for people who want to get in a good value. So I always think it's a good place to get in, especially at third standard deviation. Um, And if we've taken an objective liquidity, which we did, we took out Asia. Actually, have we taken? No, we haven't actually taken out Asia. I'd like to see us take out Asia again. And actually, what I'm going to do is go back in with another. There we go. I'm going to go in with 2 here because we've taken that. Okay, I'm going to do the same here. Now we're in for three micros. But we've now actually taken, I thought we'd originally taken Asia, but we hadn't. But, let me just see that. Yeah, that would be great. That would be amazing. I'll drop you my email. That'd be awesome. I love Rips. Rips is one of my favorite traders. What I like about Rips is I think his knowledge on not just futures but generally economic data and options theory. He has a really good handle on everything. I'm not so much a momentum trader, by the way. I'm a reversion trader. I don't like to trade momentum because I don't know. I always feel like I'm getting in too late, even when price continues to move. It's just it's just not the way I trade. The way I trade is I look for objective liquidity, some level of liquidity that is, you know, universally accepted. What I mean by that is like it's not like an EMA, an SMA, you know, in some interpretation of where liquidity will be. It's an objective level, something like previous day high, previous day low, um, you know, a third standard deviation, a what else would it be? A session high or low, whether that's Asia, London. You know, these are solid objective liquidity areas or zones where we may anticipate a reversal. It's not always going to be the case because what it can be is you know a propellant of that liquidity to use as additional longs. But I'm always going to take that trade, and if it loses, you know, it loses. I don't mind. I'll take that because oftentimes price will do either go up or down before it does a reversal. If we look at the, let's just look at where we are on the daily. A second. Oh, this looks kind of messy, but just see price really is just moved up, right? Now, where's the previous high is actually the all-time high, right? So that's something we've got to be mindful of. However, we've also got R1 right at that area. So we'll see. But right now, I'm like, you know, $14 in the red, which isn't bad. And we've got a little bit of room to maneuver. I think I've got a slightly better entry on my live account. Yeah, I've got a better entry on the live account. We have PMI today. I think I need to change the settings on my Spaceman BTC levels. I think that I now needs to be 2. $12. Oh, maybe just Tokyo would be 19 and 4. Let me just see what this looks like. Yeah. And then New York will be 7:30 till 15. Yeah, that's where Asia closed, and that's London carrying on. Yeah, that's right. Just give us. Sorry, I've got I've got the chat on the big screen, so but my eyes my eyes are not great, so I have to kind of really squint to see. No, I'm not waiting for any kind of I'm not waiting for any kind of confirmation, and I don't do that. What I used to do, the way I used to do it is I would take a base hit, so it would normally be $200 hit. So if I get in at an objective liquidity, let's say Asia's high here, which is Asia's high, because we're at third standard deviation, right? We're really far from the mean. Then I'm going to take that trade, and then if I lose $200 because price continues to move up, then that's an acceptable $200 loss, right? That's like, okay, I got that one wrong. But it's difficult, right? Because we don't know where the precise location of a reversal will be. All I know is we've taken an objective liquidity. Great. However, if price does continue up, I'll take the loss and then I'll look for the next level of objective liquidity. Now that can be R1 as an example on a pivot point, because R1 is the same for me as it is for you. As long as we're still in that kind of phase. Now, if it so happens to be that R1 here was less than $200, then I'm going to hold that trade because it's an acceptable loss, right? It's not like, it's not something that's an acceptable thing in my mind to go, okay, well, if it's $200, it's $200 loss. I'll take that loss and then I will get back in at the next level. I mean, I'm going to have days where price just continues to drive higher and higher and higher. And, you know, that's a number of paper cuts that I'll just take. Because for me, if it's a range day, price is going to do one thing, then it's going to do the opposite, then it's going to do the other opposite. But if you look here, like, clearly what we see in Asia's range here is consolidation, right? Consolidation, 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 breakout into London. Now, what do we tend to always see in the markets? We tend to see this, right? And that's consolidation. Then we'll have manipulation, right? So New York, or it'll be London. Well, if that's the liquidity, we'll do that, which is the manipulated move, which is to say that obviously we think price is going to go down, but really what it's doing is taking out liquidity, and then it will do that, right? But it'll completely move down, and then New York will expand, right? So New York will come back into the range before another move down. Now that's not to say that that's going to happen, but auction theory and Wyckoff and all these kind of methods that you tend to see over the years, you see the consolidation, the building of liquidity, the fake move, and then the real move, and then down. That's what I see over and over and over again. I mean, if we look at some examples of this, I mean, if we go, let's see the previous day, right? Let me just take off some of these so it doesn't look confusing because it is a bit messy. If I take off use qualified VRVP, you can see here, right? So Asia consolidation, New York, London manipulation, right? Thinking everything's going to go higher, and then New York slams it down. So there was no. Interestingly enough, if you think so, London is still in play here, right? That's the next kill zone of London before, and then London closes here at the edge of this green. So consolidate, manipulate, thinking price is going to go higher, smacks back down. What about the previous day? Consolidate, 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 manipulate, slight little high, taking out the liquidity there. Price comes down, back into the range, and then another move down, right? We see that all the time. It's, what about here? Asia, consolidate, London, manipulate up, manipulate down, and then New York's really expanded, right? That's essentially what it's done. New York's expanded. In all of these cases, we don't know which way it's going to go. Is it going to go higher? Is it going to go lower? In this case, it done both, right? It took out the liquidity of the entirety of Asia. Then it moved down, took out the low of Asia, and then it effectively came back into the range before New York expanded. What happens if we go back again? So consolidation, manipulation, little move down, taking out the low of Asia. Then it consolidated more, and then we had the expansion from New York. Going back again, consolidate, consolidate, consolidate. Perfect manipulation, right? This is the exact move that I like to see, because this is the one that really pays a lot, right? You can see here, this was the range. What does New York do? Manipulates, takes out the liquidity, and then moves down. New York comes back into the range and then really expands. So that's why, like, it's really difficult to wait for confirmation or do anything that you think is going to confirm a move, because you could miss the move, right? If we go back to present day where we are now, so, you know, consolidation, consolidation. We're now at that phase where potentially London might look to manipulate, drive prices higher. I mean, as it looks like it wants to really expand, and we've got the high here. But I'm okay to hold this trade to see what happens at this level. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. But it's just weighting things in my favor. I hope that made sense. I'm just going to catch up on the chat a second, on, because I can't see what's going on. Question was, what is R1? So R1 is a pivot point. Let me just bring up my data again. VRVP, qualified, not bothered about the news. If I take everything off, and go to the 30-minute, let's go to the, so you can see here, this is the pivot point. This is what we call a daily pivot. So every single day, back in the day, you'd have, before digital platforms were about, traders were trading in the pit, they'd need to give themselves some objective levels for the next day. And what they would do is they'd take the daily range of the previous day. So they'd say, okay, I'm going to take the high of the day, the previous day, the low of the previous day, and the close, and those three values, and they divide it by 3, and that would give you the next day's pivot point. So if I go back into the 1 minute, let me go back to the hour, sorry. This center line here, these 3 blue lines, the center line is the pivot point. That's the point which is considered value, let's just say. And then when they take that data, they then multiply it by 2 to get S1 and divide it by 2 to get R1. I think I can't remember the exact calculation, but you have R1, R2, and R3. So R stands for resistance, S stands for support, S1, S2, and S3. Now, these levels are the same for me as they would be for you or anyone else who's trading. And so it's another objective liquidity level. So you can see R1 here, just above previous day high. So that is another level where people will look to take profit, right? Because it's getting to that level where liquidity is going to be high. And so I only trade objective liquidity. I That's like what I always look for. Where's the objective liquidity? So R1 is essentially the first resistance level for the next day. R2 is the second resistance level, R3 and R4, so on and so forth, are just resistance levels. But again, objective, if that makes sense. That objective for me, because my R1 is the same as your R1, but like if I look at subjective trading, I don't like subjective trading because that means if I'm looking at the 9 EMA and you're looking at the 21 EMA and someone else is looking at the 200 EMA or the 50 EMA or whatever it is, there's too much dissonance between each individual's idea of what trading means, and so I don't focus too much on um, subjective liquidity or subjective ideas, because theoretically it's all a mish. It's one big game, right, which we're all playing, and everyone has different ideas. I like to level the playing field by looking at objective liquidity, which is the same for me as it is for you. So that's essentially why I look at things like session highs, session lows, previous day highs, previous day lows, pivot points R1, R2, S1, S2, etc., etc. I hope that answers your question, Michael. Good question, though. Let's go back to the 1 minute. I also like to trade on tick charts. So this is a tick chart. I'm just going to remove these a second. This tick chart shows true imbalance. Like if I look, this is the 5 minute. And what you can see here is there's no gap, right? So that would be perceived as being filled or balanced trading. But if I look here, there's an imbalance in this 100 tick candle where price really moved down. The order book got really thin and it smashed through, not giving an opportunity for some of the levels within that move. Like 21,855. If I go to order flow as an example, oops, you can see some zeros here. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Those zeros indicate that there was no liquidity at that level because price went that fast. So usually price likes to come back and fill those zeros to give some sort of an imbalance. You don't see that on time. Usually you don't see it clearly enough on time-based charts. So things like order flow and tick charts give you that visibility, right? It's really, really good. I don't really use the heat map that often, but I do use TPO. TPO is another really great one, right? So if we look here, already we have some single prints. So, and then we have a lot of single prints down here. So again, these like to be filled, these don't like to be left. A lot of single prints here and some single prints there. So that is another bit of an insight to me. The price is probably going to move high before it really comes back down. So I'm in a decent enough position that I'm quite happy with. I should go back here a second. Yeah, 25, 24. So we're all right. We're just going to hold the trade. We're going to see how we do. We're in on 3 micros at the moment. Again, we are quite far away from balance, which is good. VWAP is down at 21,800. So let's just see how we go. Let's just keep it moving. What indicator do I use for that? I use one that was created by a good friend of mine, called the range ruler, because the range ruler it has some other good functions to it. It has, if I just look here, HVSD and ATR level. So the HVSD is again like an ATR. So what it tells us is these. I hope you can see this, but these pink, you have 0.5, 0.5, you have 1 or -1, +1, and you have +2 and -2. And what this says is, look, over the last 20 days, we take the last 20 days of price action. Where do we expect price to finish, right? So within a standard deviation. So do you understand standard deviation? Do you want me to kind of explain that? Let me know if you want me to explain standard deviations, because it's quite powerful once you kind of start thinking about it logically. Okay. So if you take this, this is a standard deviation chart, and so you have 0, 1, 2, 3, and then you have 0, -1, -2, and -3. So imagine that this is a test in school with, kids will take an exam, and the exam might be on, I don't know, whatever, English, right? And let's say over many, 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 many years, they understand the output of, say, 20 kids. So let's say 20 kids take the test, and because they've got the data that backs up over many, many years, they'll say, okay, well, let's say 0 is the average result, and the average result might be a C, right? So let's say a C. So in the UK, you might get A plus if you're amazing. You may get, I don't know, an E if you're not so great, and maybe in the middle you might get a C. So the majority of students who take the test will fall between 0 and -1 or 0 and +1. So the majority of, let's say, out of them 20 students, 16 of them fall within this standard deviation between 0 and +1 or 0 and -1. And it's to say that 34% of the kids will get maybe a C or a D, and 34% may get a C or a B. So this is that standard deviation. So they will fall. 16 kids might fall within that standard deviation. However, there's going to be outliers. To the positive side, of those 20 kids, 13.6% might get an A, right? But even smaller still, 2.1% of that 20 kids might get an A star or an A plus, or even better, might get like the best result that you can possibly get. But they're outliers because the percentages outside of the mean being the 0 point or the base, C as an example, fall within that. And then you get some more outliers to the downside. Some kids may get a D, some kids may get an F, like 2.1% of the kids may get an F, or even worse still, may even fail the test, right? So 0.1% might fail, or that. No, that's a standard deviation. This is a well-known, and this can be applied to everything, right? Anything where there's sample set of data, kids taking a test, the amount of red cars you might see on a road, um, I don't know, anything, right? I can't think of other things, but basically, if you've got data, then you can create a standard deviation set. So if we take this standard deviation set and this middle point at 0, think of that as VWAP. That's value, right? That's the true value of where most um most trades are being exchanged, right? That's where the true value of that session is. Then you have standard deviation -1, standard deviation -2, and standard deviation -3 to the downside. Then to the upside, we have +1, +2, and +3. If I then go back to here and look at the standard deviation, what you see here is that. So that's the 0 point, right? That's the majority where values perceived. When we start to get to 2 and 3, that's so far away from value. So the amount of time price will generally spend its time there. I mean, look at here the previous day. Where did we come to? Standard deviation 2 and 3, and then it absolutely came right the way down. Where does it come down to? Standard deviation 2, right, and then back into balance. So the 0 point or the VWAP is really just considered value. When you start going outside of value, it's now no longer valuable, let's say, to be longing, because this is where the true value is, around VWAPs, where most liquidity is being exchanged. Here is really outside of that value. Hope that makes sense. So I use VWAP as a standard deviation set to understand how far away are we from balance. Um, and that's how I see it. I hope that makes sense. But if I haven't, and you need that explained a bit more, then feel free to ask me to elaborate. We're using that same standard deviation set, right? We also have so over the last 20 days, this ATR is to say, look, if I take the data from the last 20 days, the range on a particular day would suggest for value that the price will land somewhere between plus 0.5 and minus 0.5 if we take the last 20 days of data. The further away we get from that, the more unlikely price is to stay. So like if price continues higher and higher and higher, the likelihood that price will remain up here gets lower and lower against the last 20 days, because the last 20 days suggests price usually falls between this 0 point here, which is +5 and minus 0.5. So I also like to have that on the chart, because that gives me an indication where I expect at least price to close or finish the day. It's on the daily candle again. But that's another kind of thing that I like to use. Now this is called the range ruler. It's from a friend of mine. If it's something, I don't think it's expensive indicator, but if it's something that you want, let me know and I'll hook you up. So price is continuing to move up. We are $71 in the hole right now. But I don't think I'm going to over leverage anymore at this stage, because I want to, I want to give some level of holding onto the trade for a bit. Just go into the 15 minutes a second. Let me see what we have. I mean, you'd consider this an order block, right? So theoretically, we are entering an order block where that was the low. So where we broke that low. If you're a SMC kind of trader, I would call that a lower term time frame trend change where we broke the low. So theoretically, this is a good area to start shorting again. In general, it's a 15-minute order block. But also, if just to your previous question, by the way, there's a standard pivot point set which is also great. What I normally do is remove 5, and I will color these. So S1. Do I actually have a default? No. S1 will be green, 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 green. R1 will be red, red. This one's a free indicator, by the way, as well. So if you want to use that, that will also give you the, and then the pivot point, I'll usually do white. So you can see here, same pivots lining up. I don't want that. Did that touch the order block? Not quite. Was a nice rejection though. By the way, guys, if you want to join my Discord, its link is in the description. So all good traders, we all futures traders. So if there's, you want to join, just feel free to hit that link in the description. You can see here a lot of zeros again, just an imbalance, right? That's where there's zero liquidity at the offer. So always a good thing to have a bit of an understanding on order flow. We don't see any imbalances up here, which is also another good sign for us. When there's no imbalances above, that price can start to move away without imbalance. But what this might do is, you know, realistically, there's the imbalances there. So could maybe come back down, fill them imbalances, and then continue up. I need to make this MEXC. You see a lot of bids getting stacked above, which may mean that price starts to come down a bit now, which is good. hopefully. What is everything else doing? So ES on the 15-minute starting to move down. NQ is moving down. YM also. Single prints starting to get filled. But you can see the TPO point of control is here. So I'd at least expect price to come back down to there for sure at some point. Just a lot out of balance right now. This needs to be M and Q. I think probably price is at least probably going to come to R1, you know, even potentially if it wants to come back down. But we're holding. We're going to hold anyway. But I expect it to start to eat into some of this order block. I'm just going to grab a quick cup of coffee, guys. I'll be back in 2 seconds. All right, let's go. Let's see where we are. Doesn't really done much, really, has it? Michael, you said you've not yet taken a payout. What do you think is your biggest barrier at the moment in terms of trading? And actually, that question goes out to all three, all three of you people tuning in. Have you taken a payout? Who are you trading with? What prop firm are you trading with? I'll give you a little story about my journey. I predominantly always used to trade Apex, and then with Apex, I just found the rules come to the point for me anyway where I found it too difficult. Like, you know what it's like as traders, all you want to do is focus on trading. What you don't want to have to focus on is what rules are going to inhibit your trading capability, because that is just another thing that gets in your head, right? Which is not great when you just want to trade. Like these, 4-to-1 ratios and all this kind of stuff, understanding where your stop loss needs to be, all of that kind of stuff is just too much in my mind to deal with. So I kind of moved away from Apex and went with Elite. And with Elite, I've done really well. Um, I got, I had 18 straight days of like $2,000 averaged on a 150k account. And then after 18 days, they moved me over to live. And I've got to say, moving over to live, I was very skeptical, thinking, is it going to be great? Apart from the fact that I've hit a couple of stumbling blocks through my own doing, by the way, I've found is fantastic because you can get daily payouts. And literally, I tested it out. I took $1,500 and they paid me out like that. Actually, I was paid in the bank within 3 hours of me requesting that payout. Um, so I really like Elite. I'm currently testing TradeFi out at the moment. I passed a 3k, it was 3k, 50k growth account, but passed that quite well. And I'm currently, as I say, I was $2,000 up, and then had a really miserable day. It is what it is. But how are you guys? Who are you guys trading with, and what has been your experience in terms of prop firms? Who would you stay with? I mean, Top Step's also a decent one, I think. I've traded with Top Step. I've never took a payout with Top Step. I've come close, but never taken a payout with Top Step. The only ones who have ever taken a payout with has been Elite, Apex, and that's it really. Yeah, mindset. That's the biggest one. Mindset. I think that one of the things that does my head in is how easy the rules are during the qualification stage, right? So the evaluation stage. Like Apex, there's no rules, and it's like, okay, how many people pass during the evaluation stage but fail on the actual PA account stage? And that's because the rules are just like, I think if you're gonna put a challenge up and your mindset is really for the trader and not for your own financial gain, which of course why wouldn't it be, right, to the company? Then make the rules the same for each way, and then you have more confidence. If you pass an evaluation with the same rules, then you're trading the same. There's no real change. And so you trade, sometimes you'll full port, you'll try and get in on a news event to pass quick. I've done that plenty of times, but then you don't turn it into anything, because then the rules get put on you, and all of a sudden it's a bit more challenging. So mindset is a big one to overcome. But I tell you one thing that I've really, really benefited from, that's trading with micros. Because right now, right, I got in here, right, my average entry is here, and I'm on 3 micros. If I was trading with one contract, that's maybe $600 loss at this moment in time, specifically on 3 minis, and that's this account nearly gone. Now I've got another 47 micros available to me to average in if price starts to go against me. So I really like the micros at the minute. I really think they make a big difference for your psychology. And don't make any mistake about this, right? For 2 days I traded micros, Monday and Tuesday last week. And Monday I on the live account, I hit $1,200. On a Tuesday, I hit just over $1,000 on Tradeify. Monday, I took $600 trading micros. Tuesday, I took $1,400 just trading micros, and that's because when price wants to move, it's going to move. And if you've got 3, 4 micros, it's going to shift. And specifically with the moves we tend to see in London, in New York, honestly, I would advise anyone now, if you're trading for your psyche, and if mindset's your issue, start thinking about trading micros. It really does help, specifically for scaling in and scaling out. Let me just catch up on the chat. Yeah, Miranda, you make a fantastic point. I think Edge is really one. I mean, I've traded pretty much the same way for years now. I've been trading probably 8 years probably. Um, but Edge, understanding what that little difference is, and for me, like I say this many times, it's understanding. I like to trade objectively. I don't like to trade subjectively. I only look for objective liquidity. Now, there's an argument that I'm not looking for confirmation on that objective liquidity, but that's because the markets are so unpredictable. I mean, just because a level gets taken doesn't necessarily mean we're going to reverse. But equally, what I'm looking at and stacking in my favor is balance, right? So is balance here, VWAP. That's the session balance. That's where, you know, institutions, hedge fund managers, they know that that's where there's going to be a lot of balance, at least for liquidity. When we're trading up here in these outer regions, for me, it becomes less valuable to keep longing at these regions. Now I know that's not always the case, but I've back tested this so many times that I know the majority, or at least more percentage, will be in my favor. That shorting at these regions is not a bad idea. Here's our new hour candle. Let me just see what. Um, I I use I'm a reversal trader. I look for reversals. And I use standard deviation. So I don't have what standard deviation 1 on the chart, right? You can see that that's VWAP, but that's second standard deviation, and that's third standard deviation. Because I'm looking for reversions, I'm looking for how often we anticipate for third standard deviation to be, a line at which price respects. More often than not, because of the standard deviation set, it's 0.1% of the time during the session that price will be above third standard deviation. Now, typically, I'm looking for, I mean, I may think about getting out. I mean, have we touched? We haven't. Well, the sessions we haven't even came down to the daily pivot point yet, right? So there's the daily pivot. If I move over to Edge Pro X and I look at TPO as an example, I'm looking here. We have some single prints from the move up. We have the time-based POC down here around 21,800. And we've just hit an order block right to the top end here. And then we've got all of these single prints down here. Now, I don't know if today is going to be a day when we're going to start to look at, reclaiming some of these. But we have again hit all-time high. Again, I hate trading around all-time high. I'm traditionally not great at trading when we're at all-time high levels, because I always because of fade. I like to fade the market. That's just the way I like to trade. But for VWAP, I'm purely using it as a way to understand balance in the market. And I'm not looking for using it to get in for trend continuation. Although that is also a good strategy if you think price. But like I mentioned earlier on, right? I mean, price does a lot of things, but typically, you know, we see a lot of consolidation during Asia, and then usually some sort of manipulation in London, and then a continuation back into the range in New York before another sell-off, or the opposite way, right? You know, if that was if those three markets considered to be Asia, London, and New York, right? So Asia, well, actually London kind of filters into Asia a little bit, right? But we have that consolidation, manipulation, and then either expansion or distribution, however you want to call it, for that phase. And we tend to see these phases reoccurring a lot. What my thesis is on this is that we have currently consolidated during Asia, right? Let me just bring on my levels. So bit of consolidation during Asia. We've not taken Asia's low. All we've done is we've really expanded. Now, for me, is this potentially a manipulated move? Very possible, right? So again, just thinking logically, consolidation, manipulation into an order block, and then we go down, take out the lows of Asia before New York then comes back into the range, and then we potentially, move down again. Those three things are what I'm thinking about all the time. I'm always thinking about what's the structure of Asia? How has Asia constructed its moves? Generally, it's consolidated. How has London then reacted? Well, theoretically, at this stage anyway, we have broken out of that cycle of the consolidated range of Asia. Now we are potentially moving down, finally back in profit. Where would the target be? Well, at least Asia's low would be what I would be thinking. At least Asia's low, which is here. But then targets beyond that, really, we have our one down here. Moving over to here, we have potentially some single prints. We have the low of the previous day, which is 21,667. That could be an easy target, and I'm going to hold on. I mean, I'm in the trade, but that's my flow. Like, I'm thinking, okay, I'm expecting some sort of manipulated move from London. It's not always the case. Sometimes London can really expand, but I'm expecting some sort of manipulated move from London. Where would I get in? And I'm thinking, okay, objective liquidity. So where's the objective liquidity? Well, the objective liquidity here for me was these two. That's because that was Asia's high. That's where Asia's high was, somewhere around here. If I go back to TradingView, Asia's high is there, right? I got in literally at Asia's high, and then price moved up, touched this order block, which is a 15-minute order block from here, right? Because that was the last high before price sold off, creating a new trend change, lower time frame trend change. Made this low, started moving back up, come back into the order block, which was a very natural way to get in on a short, right? And now price is moving down. We're now $41 in profit. That's nice. But I will scale in, because for me, I don't know where nobody knows where the perfect opportunity is. Now you might say, well, why don't you look for confirmation first? Now this theoretically could have been confirmation. However, I might have missed out on a move, right? Because I'm only going with micros, I'm not that concerned. I'm happy to take a little loss here or there. In fact, usually my rule is if I go into a $200 loss, I will take the hit, and then I'll wait for another opportunity. Let me just catch up on chat. Yeah, sorry, I've just caught up on the chat. All really good points. This is what makes markets, right? I mean, is it handle trading? I mean, yeah, because I don't know what it is, but I have always found it really tough to go with the trend, and that's predominantly because I always feel like I'm getting in too late. Um, and so I don't know. I tend to try to fade the market. I'm just using market auction theory. I'm using balance for session, and I'm thinking about objective liquidity for where I at least expect some sort of a move away from. Um, but styles make trading, right. Not everyone's going to be perfect. Not every day is a trending day. But if you take the last, let me go to the 5 minute really quickly and take off. In fact, I'll leave VWAP on, right? So each one of these bell curves here is essentially a session's VWAP, right? And the standard deviations. But you can see on Friday, this is very consolidatory, right? Then we slightly manipulated just above Asia's high. Actually, it was here before we moved down in New York session back into the range, and then another sell off. I mean that is that in 101, right? Consolidate, manipulate, back into the range, and then back down again. What about the day before? Consolidate, manipulated London, back down, took the low of Asia, and then it really rocketed and expanded during New York. What about the day before? Consolidate, manipulate during the London session, back down, get everyone think price is going to go lower, and then we expand higher during New York. Consolidation during Asia, manipulated, move higher during the London session. Where do we go to? Third standard deviation. Then we come back down to the second standard deviation, and then we manipulate. New York opens up back into the range, and then expansion down. So taking that idea, and it is only an idea, right? Consolidation, manipulated move, maybe come back up, maybe test the put these back on a second. Come and test the order block, and then come back down into taking Asia's low, back into the range for New York, and then a more of a sell off. That's what I think. That's what I think in terms of potential plays today. So I'm not in a bad spot in terms of where my orders are. I waited because I didn't just want to fade a third standard deviation, right? I wanted to see where Asia closed first, and then I will take that as a trade. But styles make trading. If everyone had the same idea, we'd all either be rich or we'd all either be poor. I've got to just check up on the chat. Yeah, nice. Thanks for stopping by, Michael. Really appreciate your time, matey. Yeah, I mean, I don't. I might start to scale it in on the positive side if price. I want to see what happens around VWAP. My slight concern would be that VWAP would be another buying opportunity. But I do think price could go lower. Just check the chat real quick. I don't know. I just think price has been moving up. It's been hugging that third standard deviation. We took out Asia's high, and now we wait and see, right? And now, my idea is at least, for me anyway, we've got another single print. Get that lock off. We have some single prints here. We have single prints there. There's back into TPO, point of control. We have the low of previous day here, down at 21. And then we also have the low of the previous day prior to that, where there's a lot of single prints. So I just think I'm in a decent spot at the minute. And I've no reason to not hold. Of course, New York may open and decide that it wants to take out a higher gain. But I've got enough in the tank to at least hold on and see how we go. I have to be really with Tradeify. I only have $700 drawdown, so I've got to be more, more careful with that one. Is anyone else currently in a trade? $85 or 55. Sorry, my eyes are terrible. Down to 34. Yeah. Are you mainly a scalper? Pandal trading. I'm assuming that's. I mean, typically I'm a scalper, by the way. I like to scalp. I just don't have enough. I don't. I well on my live account I only have 7 micros max, so there's not much to scalp at that level. So I have to kind of look for more intraday, longer term trades. And because I only have $700 drawdown on my Tradeify, again, it's another one where I don't want to scalp because there's not enough wiggle room to give me that move. But I do have 5 minis available to trade. Who are you trading with? Pandal trading. Yeah, 3 to 4 trades. Yeah, it's about similar to me that when I'm scalping. If I build a Tradeify account back up, I would probably scalp, specifically during New York. a little bit boring at the moment, this price action. Tell you what, guys, I recently went to Lapland, Thursday, Friday. It's such an insane place. I took the kids. If you've never been to Lapland, whether you believe in Santa or not, as an adult, as an adult, it is absolutely magical. Such a fantastic time. The kids loved it, really, really loved it. It was great. So, has anyone ever been to Lapland? Spent any time there? It's magical. Loads of people from America over there. Seen loads of people from the States. The town, Lapland. It's Rovaniemi. Um, I stayed in this. Well, we stayed not far from Santa's village, in like a little log cabin. Um, so good. You had like sleds. Went to see the husky. Done a husky ride. Had a reindeer ride. Went to see Santa. That was lovely. Um, saw the Aurora Borealis, which was amazing. What else did we do? It was just honestly just an amazing day. We're not used to that much snow in the UK. We don't really get a lot of snow, so like everywhere is white. So but you're waking up at like you only get 3 hours of daylight. Um, so it's crazy. Like it feels weird. So like 1 in the afternoon, it's getting dark and it's like pitch black by then. It's different. It just feels weird, but amazing at the same time. It was like -25, I think it was. So like you can feel the icicles building up in in your nose here. Really weird, but brilliant place to go. If you've got children, um, you know, my boy is 8 and my girl is 4, and he's at an age now where the majesty of Santa probably won't last that much longer. So we made the effort that we were going to do it this year, and we're so glad we did. It was awesome. Okay, Price, what are you wanting to do? Have you took a short pandle trading now that we've come up to your level? Another thing that gets a lot of traders as well, by the way, is patience, right? Patience. I mean, trading micros is actually quite boring until volatility comes into the market. Um, but you know, if you can master patience, then you'll master trading. Psychology and patience are two of the hardest things to master. Edge and you know trading strategies, they're all way below the pile. I think psychology and patience, and if you can master both of them, realistically, you'll do well. And I think that depends on you as a person as well. By the way, you can't just show that in trading. I think in life you've got to be patient and you've got to psychologically know that you're in for the long haul. Very early on in my trading career, I had none of them things, by the way, and I used to force markets, force trades when trades were not really there. Takes you a lot of time to realize that, and those that realize it faster become better. Ah, yeah. Well, I don't know. It looks like it looks like. I mean, it may come in, kind of come into this zone. It hasn't really tested the 15-minute order block. So I was quite surprised when we got rejected twice right at the bottom of that. Um, I would have thought it might have nibbled in a little bit. But if we do come back in here, I'd think about kind of averaging in again. I'm just going to quickly make a sandwich. I'll be back in 2 secs, guys. Who would you say? Got the sourdough toaster ready, by the way. Who would you say is the most frustrating YouTuber, trader, futures trader who you watch, right? Uh, who, well, let me give you a couple. So, like Alpine, I love Alpine, right? Honest as transparent, wears his heart on his sleeve, all that kind of stuff. Just some of his trades that I watch really frustrate me. Sometimes I just want to tell him, not tell him how to trade because that he's got his own style. But sometimes I watch and I think like he's so is what would you call it? Is risk management. And I know sometimes, but how often have you seen Alpine do a trade and then it hits his bottom ticks him and then it'll go the opposite way. I mean, there's something to be said about how good he is in terms of being able to stay with his discipline, but equally, like he'll have a fixed fee instead of just thinking logically about where price could come into. And I think he's probably lost a lot of trades on that. The other one who frustrates me a lot is Patrick Whelan because he doesn't show his P&L. I can't watch someone on YouTube that isn't transparent, win, lose or draw. I just find that super frustrating. It's why I like. I mean, it's why I like to watch Alpine. It's why I like to watch Rips because both of them, you know, balls to the wall. They'll show you everything. But that frustrates me. Sorry, I'm just gonna read the chat. I think you make a great point. He has a fixed strategy that really worked well with it, and when the rules changed, he really lost his feet. It's like everything, and he kept on switching different trading strategies, and he couldn't seem to settle on one. I think you're right. I think that was something that really knocked his confidence a little bit. Um, but I think he's starting to do it again now, and I don't know if that's because the Apex rules allow that again. And I don't know. But he's got two, hasn't he? He's got his opening range from the off, and then he's got his 15-minute range as well, which is a continuation strategy, and that's his thing, right? That's what he does. But I like him. I think he's a really good guy, and I think he's great for new traders, specifically on the discipline side. He's not someone who'll just trade for the sake of it. If the opportunity's not there, he doesn't tend to just go for it. But he used to be a really good scalper as well. He used to scalp a lot, and then he stopped scalping. And again, I think that's just the rules. Yeah, I watch Patrick and I watch Zero Day J purely for entertainment value. Um, Interestingly enough, Zero Day J, I've watched his career over the last few months, and he's getting better. He get he guesses his way in and he guesses his way out. But damn, he's a good guesser if he continues it because I know he's getting payouts now and he's doing really well. So it can't all be luck, right? I just don't know. If you say to me today, what is Zero Day J's trading strategy, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I wouldn't be able to explain what it is he looks at. I think a lot of it is gut feel. And there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of it is based around gut feel, but you need a lot of experience. You need a lot of time in the markets. You need to understand volume spread analysis. You need to understand the difference between when volume comes in rather than just being a fake move and stuff like that. Because a lot of it, he'll enter, and I look and I think, why have you entered there? But that's me, right? I don't like the way we're just consolidating around this level. I feel like it's gaining momentum for another move up. Okay, back into the red. Back in a sec, guys. Okay, make your minds up. What do you want to do? You want to go higher? Go higher. Do you think today we're going to make a new all-time high or not? Got a big rejection at that 21,900, didn't it? On, was it Thursday? You have the kill zone for New York in 9 minutes. Let's see if that brings any activity. So boring at the moment, the markets. New York futures open in 2 minutes, so let's see what it brings. Fifteen seconds. All right. Not much activity at the moment. I apologize for anyone who's watching this stream. It's just so boring. There's nothing price action to get us excited about at the minute. So don't feel the need to have to sit and watch this. I know you guys have your own ideas anyway, but there's not an awful lot happening at the moment. But of course, I appreciate the view. So any questions, anything you want to ask, feel free to ask in the chat. Oh, I'll be back in a minute, guys. I just got to make a very quick phone call. Damn, I didn't realise I was muted. Um, that trade that I took then was a risky trade. But I knew I only had about $300 drawdown left. So I basically went three minis or 30 micros as it was. And I needed that little sell off just to get green, which we managed to get about $160, I think it was. So give us a little bit of breathing room now on this account, which is great. We needed that. We'll see how it goes. We'll continue on. I'm going to look to take another short at the current all-time high if it comes in. But I've got to say, I did not think I didn't think we'd take or we'd make another all-time high. I thought we were going to have a sell-off Monday, sell-off Tuesday, and midweek reversal Wednesday. What do you guys think? Do you think we're going to make another all-time high today? And if so, are you trading it? And what way? I hate trading round all-time high. I just hate trading round all-time high. Never do I have a good trading day at all-time highs. I just can't follow the trend. I'm not a good trader trading that way. But micros definitely the way I'm going to start trading. I just think they give you a lot more flexibility, in the trading. I would be happy with $500 on this account. That would be a good day for me. I really want to bring this one into payout. Has anyone taken a payout from Tradeify? If so, what did they like? A good experience? Has anyone traded with Tradeify? We should find a lot of resistance around this zone though. We have R1, and we also have the high of previous day, which was Friday, obviously. I'm still confident price is going to be bearish today. I really am. I just got to go to the door a second. Someone's knocking. Sorry about that, guys. There's someone knocking at the door. Let me just. How do I create an invite? Fuck's sake. Right. Copy link. Can't I paste that there? There you go. So, if anyone wants to join the server, there's the link. What do we think prices doing here, fellas? Do we think it's just consolidating, ready for another move up? Or is this the point at which it moves down? I'd like to see higher prices, I've got to say. But I will absolutely take lower prices. The goal for the Tradeify account is $500 today. I'd be really happy with that. If it wants to give us more, we'll take more, but I'm just happy with that. Here, on the live account, I want at least $1,000. Now, if my theory is right, I would like to see us come and claim the lows. Low of the day. And beyond that, we've got things like single prints that could be filled. Right, we've got single prints here. Obviously, there's the low of the day. I mean, the low of previous day would be fantastic, right? Because that's way down here. I would like to see us come and claim here. Very, very, very small consolidated range at the moment, though. But we are moving down, which is good. This here is the Edge Pro line. And this, I believe, is where price would need to get back to recover losses from the previous day. So we're talking 29. I mean, I don't 300-400 point move. I'm not sure we'll get down that far, right? But as I add to the, each time I add to the trade, this line will move up. Let's see. That was a nice move. How many of you online trade micros versus minis? Who trades minis and who trades micros? Come on, market, show your hands. Give us something to work with. Okay, what is it now? 5 minutes before New York futures open. Let's see what you got, baby. Put some tunes on, I think. Let me know if that gets too loud, guys, or annoying, and I'll switch it off. you know what's funny, guys, right? Like, this is what trading should be about, right? Boring. When trading gets crazy and panicky and all that kind of stuff, you're not doing it for the right reasons, right? You've got to realize that trading is boring, and if it is boring, well, you're doing something right, because you're neither getting too high when price goes against you, or too high if price goes for you. Either way, you're letting it do its thing. I feel like you'd have more time to react when prices like this, and specifically because we're trading with micros here. It's not bad, but like I said earlier on, when volatility really kicks in during the New York session, micros are just as good, because you will really see. I mean, we'll see when we go live around the New York Open, just what happens with volatility. Just trading micros. I mean, on here, I'm only in one micro. In my live account, I'm in 3 micros. Price has obviously gone against me at this moment in time, but we've got a lot of wiggle room with the live account, which helps us a lot. So we're currently about $100 in drawdown. We're not far from R1. Obviously, all-time high is here. I think price is gonna maybe come up, take the high, but I don't think price is gonna spend an awful lot of time at the highs. I could be wrong. I have been plenty of times, but I do think price is gonna come down today. So let's see what happens, right? But again, the point here is that I'm not trading with any kind of concern or nervousness or panic. If I was in with minis now, I would be, because I'd be thinking, like how much drawdown have I got left, blah, blah, blah. I'm not even thinking about that at all, right? And that's because prices, we've got it at a good location. We've got the ability to average in if we need to, but right now, you know, we're in a good spot, so we're not too fussed. I'm just going to grab a quick coffee, guys. I'll be right back in 1 minute. Let me know in the chat who's watching. Just drop your name and I'll give you a big high five, a virtual hug, or a kiss. We're back. But the market sounds. This is probably going to act as a lot of resistance. So each time it's come down, it's got slung back from these peaks here. Need to break through that really. Would be lovely. Gorgeous, in fact. Big push up. Volume, CVD. Might have intent. This move here left a lot A lot of buyers and sellers behind. Guys, feel free to say hello in the chat. Let me know who you are and where you're from. It's going for the high. It's going for the all-time high. Just here. We have R1 here though as well. I've got my order just above that. Guys, if you don't mind just hitting that like button, I'd really appreciate it. Just gets the algo moving, gets the conversation flowing, gets more people in the room. Few more minutes and then New York futures opens. All right, a couple of minutes away. I hate trading all-time highs. I hate trading all-time highs. I'm no good at trading all-time highs. I'm not sure I've had a profitable day when we've hit all-time highs, and that's because I can't go with the flow. So we're a minute away from New York's futures opening up. Not the open, but the New York Open futures. So we'll see. 2, 1. Let's see what happens. We get a push. No. Is it going to take the high? Looks like it. Oof. Big push to take the high. Okay, all-time high reached again. I'm looking to get 4 micros here if price continues higher. This, I believe, is also, we've hit R1 now, right? Yep, we have. There's R1. So let's get a fill if we can. Let's see where we're at. $78 already just on 1 micro. Crazy. And we are $340 away, but I've got that same order here on the live account. Don't start dropping off now. I so want to go in again now. Okay, now I'm just gonna be patient. Has anyone seen the news about the drones? All the drones flying over like New Jersey and stuff like that. Why the fuck don't I ever see a drone where I am? Or an alien? Or a UFO? Anything? Just hover over my garden. I would love to see that. I'd be super annoyed if I don't hit that target there. Just like 40 minutes away from the open or something, so it's not really worth going in right now. But if price wants to tickle a little bit higher, then we're happy. We have manufacturing PMI as well at 15 minutes after the open. It's going to be a lot of fun and games today, I think. Guys, I'm going to leave my screen on a second. I've got to make a few phone calls. My video was actually my video is my phone as well, so I'll be back in like 10 minutes, if that. Sorry for the delay, guys. Had a little few things I had to do. But we're back. And price had a little sell-off, but not done anything too great. How are we on the live account? Still pretty down. Market's open in 20 minutes. Give us something good today, markets. Let's get it. That just looks like a bit of a liquidity pump, doesn't it? See what's going on, people. Who's this from? Oh. What a good guy. MB Trader. By the way, guys, I've added my... Yeah, I'm back. Nice to see you here, live Beats. Always a pleasure, buddy. Guys, I've added my Discord channel. Discord link. Anyone who wants to join, feel free to hop over. Yeah, sorry, I was away for a second. I had a few things I had to do. I'm not going to miss the open now. I want to get this filled here. Ideally. And then let's see all the fun and action. To be honest, I don't hold much confidence on this account. This is the TraderFi account. I've got about $800 drawdown, if that. So we'll see. It's how far price wants to push up. Why does everyone always do the inverse of me? Don't fade me, bro. Yeah, I mean, look, I was thinking we were gonna come up higher and then go short, but I don't know. I still think, you know, if I look over here on the CPO, like the main distribution was during the Asian session, right, where a lot of liquidity still resides. I just don't think, personally, even if we do go higher from the initial open, that we won't at least come back down and test these lows. What would be fantastic, the market gods, would be if we come and close Friday's low. That would be fantastic, and that's something I would be very happy about. Ideally, I'd like to get $1,000 on the live account. That would be beautiful. I'd be happy with $500 on this account. I'm only in one contract at the moment, so really, I do want price to go a little bit higher. That would be great. What are you long from? 8.15. Wow. Now that is a lovely trade. You got long from here. Oh, so you literally caught the breakout of the Asian consolidation. That, my friends, is a beautiful trade. I hope you don't get too greedy. I don't know though, you know, price, I mean, price activity over the past few weeks has really just been, if you get in on a long and you hold that long, it just seems to continue to ride. So that's a really nice position to be in. Nice trade, mate. $15 to go, gang. 15 minutes to go. I'm going to be trading live every day right up until the new year, by the way. So if you guys are looking for someone to tune into, always really appreciate it. Today, however, I have to pick the kids up half an hour after the market opens, so I'll have to close the stream slightly early today, but still got some good fun between now and then. Wanted to see if I could push the quality up a little bit. Settings. Just bear with me a sec, guys. I want to see if I can push the quality up on this. Oh, shut up. $30,000. Hopefully that's a little bit clearer. Oh shit. Oh, turn the music off. Time to focus. So I'm hoping this is a manipulated move from London and we come lower. I'd like us to create a new high first and then I'll get back in. Well, not get back in, but add to that trade. Okay, liquidity injection in 3 minutes, gang. 3 minutes. Good luck for everyone trading today, right? Make sure you're protected. You know what you're doing. Don't get foul of any bad action early on and lose your accounts. It's part of trading, unfortunately, but have a plan. Always have a plan. I'm just going to use the loo before we get going so there's no distractions. My mic's low. Should be on. Shouldn't be. Should be all right. How's about now? Is that any better? I've moved it a bit closer. Let me know if that's is a bit clearer on the mic. So that was the liquidity injection there. That little move. All right. Four minutes to go, guys. 4 minutes to go. Thanks, mate. This is the tick. These are the 100 tick charts, by the way, guys. Right? Okay. See what I'll do. I'll bring in the 5 minute here. What do you want to do today, markets? What do you want to do? Come on, baby. Light my fire. Another liquidity injection in 30 seconds. We've been trading at the second and third standard deviation pretty much all of the London session, so would be nice to see a little bit of a reprival. But I would like to see higher targets first. So I'm getting myself ready on the ask. There's the second liquidity injection. Not that great. 'Definitely more volume to the downside over the past 15-20 minutes. But the real volume comes in a minute, right? Literally in 65 seconds. Good luck, everyone. That was a big move there, wasn't he? On the heat map, let me see. 20 orders. That's a single order, that market order. Let's watch on the heat map. Let's see some of the big orders coming in. $15 seconds. $5 seconds. Okay, showtime. A lot of big buys to kick off. Let's get back over here. Looking to get a short at around 19.20 if it comes up. Okay, so they're filled. If I go over to here, filled on 4 contracts, so we're now on 5 micros on this. Let's see what this wants to do. It's pushing up. What are we in? 5 micros. I could do 10 to double up on that. Continue going higher. We're in on 7 contracts. That's max contract on this one. So need to see some sellers stepping in really. Okay, we're green on this account. That's nice. Let's see more of a sell-off. Don't forget in, I don't know, 8 minutes, not 80 minutes, sorry, 13 minutes we have manufacturing PMI. Bit of a barcode session at the moment. I just don't like trading near all-time highs. I've never been good trading all-time highs. This is a horrible, horrible open. Indecision, tightness, liquidity building. Let's keep going, baby. Keep coming down. Come on. Let's start clearing some of that liquidity. Damn it. How long? So we've got 6 minutes until the PMI. Just shifting now, isn't it? 5 minutes until the news. Another new high. I have about $500 left on this account before we get squashed. 50 now. 950. Wondering if it wants to see 22k. A lot of price action fuckery going on here. This could go anyway. Is the news going to help me or hinder me? That is the question. Should imagine VWAP probably wants to get tagged. News in 2 minutes. Let's see. How long's left? 9 seconds, and then we have 1 minute left. Imagine the older book is clearing out. 30 seconds. Oof. Wow. Five seconds, gang. Let's see. Well, looks like it was positive or negative. I can't make my mind up. Less. Slightly higher. Indifferent. I don't know. You just got to let it ride. I have to sign off in 3 minutes, guys, unfortunately, because I've got to go and pick the kids up. Right, guys, wish me luck. I'm going to have to shoot. I'll be back online tomorrow, 100%. So if you guys are tuning in, I'll see you tomorrow.